Hello and welcome back from New York, from JFK on this surprising Wednesday afternoon stream. Thursday afternoon stream. It's Thursday already. Oh my God. Welcome to Planes and Friends. Welcome to this Thursday afternoon stream where I just decided to go live because it's nice and sunny. And it's not so cold as last Saturday. That is absolutely fantastic. So a pretty spontaneous live stream here from JFK, from New York. And we have today the 22s in operation, but only for landing as of now, and especially for the traffic that's coming over from Europe, from overseas. It's a little bit easier for them to land on 22 instead of going for the 1-3 landings. So yes, we also have 1-3 departures. We also have 1-3 landings, but the 1-3 landings are mostly from aircraft, 4 aircraft coming from the north or coming from the west. So we have the first, or the second takeoff actually, for today. And this looks like, is this Bahamas Air? I haven't checked my my flight radar yet. Too busy going right in. Caribbean. Jens is a little bit rusty. He's a little bit rusty. He needs to get familiar with it. But don't you worry, we're gonna get there. Takeoff is Alaska Flight 227, service to San Francisco, California. Also hello and a big thank you to my moderator in Germany, Marcus. Marcus, welcome back to our first stream, for your first stream actually, from JFK. Welcome. And Sven, moin moin. Hallo Sven, grüß dich. Oops, this one. Ooh, that one is climbing. It's climbing a lot. Yep, my friends, we have back-to-back takeoffs at the moment, and we are waiting for the first 2-2 landings from Europe. And my allergies have kicked in as well. So, yeah, this is what it is. My allergies have kicked in as well. Next departure is American Flight 4385, service to Indianapolis on an Embraer 175. Let's see if we will be able to catch this little thing, because it's a very early takeoff. Might climb a little bit shallower because of the one that just departed, to avoid the turbulences. And surprise, surprise, we see Etihad 380 on its way to runway 13 right. So we have 13 right takeoffs and we have 13 landings. But the landings, let's see how long they're gonna go with the 13 landings. The wind is supposed to change to a northeastern direction, to a southwestern direction. So this would give us full 2-2 operations, which would be amazing. So that's what we are rooting for, a full 2-2 operation. Keep fingers crossed, guys. The later, the higher the chances that they're going to change to 2-2 operations. Yep, Marcus confirmed. Landings currently for runway 13 left. This is a very challenging approach because the approach needs to be super accurate, at the moment even more, because Newark Airport, which is on the left side to JFK, they closed their 4 right and 2 left runway due to renovations. So they are all coming in parallel to a 13 left approach. So there is absolutely no room for any error because they have to land on a different runway in Newark. And that means the entire operation here is needs to be pretty spot on and pretty accurate to avoid any situations that we don't want to have and we don't want to see. So that's why I'm also pretty positive that they're going to change later on to runway 22 takeoffs and landings when we get southwesterly winds here in the late afternoon. It's 2:44, 2:45 p.m. now here East Coast time in New York. And yeah, keep fingers crossed. I think we haven't covered a 1-3 operation yet, like a few hours of 1-3 departures. I think we haven't covered that one yet. But with the Emirates A380, we have a big boy roaring by our camera in just a few minutes when she's going to take off on runway 13 right. Perfect position here from across the airport, from this park here. And let me see if I can catch this approach for you. That's a 13 left landing. It's similar to the former Hong Kong Kai Tak approach. That landing is actually, it's really challenging, and this landing requires a little bit of training and experience. But I'm happy to be able to show you something different from an angle you didn't see the past days or the past 2 weeks from the hotel. Here we go. 13. That was a 13 landing from Air Europa, flight 787 with a 787-9 Dreamliner coming in from Milan in Italy. And Marcus with the next arrivals. Marcus, you're quick. Let me see. Next landings, Air Europa. We just covered that one. Kalida 747-400 from Anchorage. Delta 321 Neo from San Diego. Delta 737-800 from Fort Myers. And Delta Connection CRJ 900, the pocket rocket, from Indianapolis. Yes, Sven, that's correct. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you for your support. Let's go over. Let's cover the next one. The next arrival. Just need to find it. Here we go. That is Kalida 747-400 coming in from Anchorage in Alaska. A 747 with a 1-3 left approach. That is fantastic. The Queen. Here we go. And this is Delta Flight 99 from Geneva in Switzerland on a 767-300. Landing 22 left. So most of the Europeans, I would say all of the European flights, come in on 22 left because it's simply the direct approach, and the wind isn't that bad. The wind isn't very strong today, which is very good, right? On Saturday I was freezing like crazy here at the bay. So we have a little bit of a different situation here. So they let them in on runway 22. Mostly all flights from Europe will come in here. And of course also from Asia, we saw Emirates 380. They don't let the 380 in on 31 left. 13 left, excuse me. And we see in the background Kalida 747 taxiing back to the cargo apron. And next inbound on runway 22 is going to be Air France. 777-200, nice. 777-200 coming in from Paris. 23 years old. And Marcus with the next departures, American Airlines 737-800 to Dallas. I think that one is taken off at the moment. But we're gonna go over to Air France. 777-200. Nice. They don't send this one very often here to JFK. Usually they come in with a 300. And we can see 2 left landings and 1 right departures and 2 left runway crossings from 1 right departures at the same time. That's a 777-200 from Air France. Nice. I wasn't even aware that they still have them in service. We have Etihad 380 on the takeoff roll. Etihad A380 back to Abu Dhabi. Next departure is going to be Delta. Endeavour, flight 5460, service to Savannah in beautiful Georgia. But that one might take off pretty quick, or it'll wait a little bit more to avoid turbulences. Whilst we have another approach, let's cover this one. On the approach, Qatari 777-300, service from Doha, flight 6. There he comes. Damn. Qatar Flight 6 with a 777-300 service from Doha, and 13 hours and 30 minutes of flight time. All right. Let's see who else is gonna get ready. We have a departure currently. That's Delta Flight 1908 to Santo Domingo on a 321neo. And then we have a lot more departures coming up, smaller planes. And we have another inbound. That's the one we wanna go for. It's Delta Flight 44, service from Dublin in Ireland on a 767-300, 27 years old. That's the one we're gonna go next. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Yeah, it's I have the sun in my back currently, so the displays are not the best to read at the moment. So sorry for that. And I just got a new iPad. Actually, the old one, you might heard it last week, lost connection to my Wi-Fi hotspot. Now this one here is the newest generation where the display is also a lot brighter, and that helps so much. Especially when you don't have the best eyes anymore. That's Delta Flight 45 from Dublin in Ireland, 767-300. And we have the next approach, 22 left. Looks like we're gonna get a lot more traction now on 22 left. This looks like KLM. We have indeed KLM coming in. 22 left on a 787-10 Dreamliner. Let's go. Let's get it. All the Europeans and some of the Middle Eastern and Asian airlines will come in here on 22 left. Later on, we might have the chance also for 2 to-right departures. That would be amazing. So far, we have runway 13 right takeoffs and 13 left landings. All right, next arrival, back to back now. This is beautiful El Al, flight 7 from Tel Aviv. On a 787-9 Dreamliner. Can barely see it on my display. Here we go. It's also an amazing livery. I love the El Al livery. Absolutely beautiful. Especially their retro livery. Absolutely fantastic. I can remember the days when they actually came into Stuttgart every Saturday evening at around between 6 and 7 o'clock with 2 707s from Tel Aviv. That was amazing. The holy smokers. They still have 707s in operation, but for the Air Force. I think they're tankers. I love that livery. Awesome, and we have another inbound. Do we? I thought I saw one. Marcus, as soon as I get a chance to read your updates. So far, thank you very much for your support. Yes, we have another 1-3 landing. That's going to be Virgin Atlantic on a 787. No, on a 350-1000. Look at that. Service from London Heathrow. Yep, and Marcus, I try to film and read the same time, 350-1000. And then the next one is going to be Air France. I think the Air France already came in, right? Then JetBlue 321 long range from Paris. And then American 777-200 from Barcelona in Spain. But now enjoy this Virgin Atlantic A350-1000 whilst we hear the sirens from the fire department in the background. Something must be on fire, I don't know. And we have another heavy lining up. Runway 13 right. That is Cathay. Flight 831, service to Hong Kong with a 777-300 taking off in just a few seconds on the takeoff run. Guys, there's music going on in the background. Let me know in the chat if you can hear the music. I want to avoid that we get a copyright strike. Well guys, this is panning with full 600 millimeters, so every little touch on the tripod is gonna be a big move in the picture. And we have another inbound. This is Air France, now with the 777-300. Wow, okay, first 777-200 and now 777-300. So close. Let's see. Triple 777-300, while we have the next approach, this is JetBlue with their 321 long range. Marcus has it in the chat, 321 long range, service from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Now this 321 long range offers a lot more destinations, especially in Europe. I think they also fly to Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Interesting. I need to book a flight in July or for July, right? Going to Germany, I might want to look into JetBlue. I might want to look into JetBlue, what they have to offer. Marcus, I'm planning to go to the park closest today at 7:30. I might want to shoot for, I would say, 6 o'clock, 6:30ish, right? So whenever you need to drop, absolutely no problem. Completely up to you. I appreciate you a lot for your support and your help. And whenever you got time, absolutely fine. So yeah, that's what I might shoot for 6:30 East Coast time. That's gonna be midnight, a little bit after midnight your time. Whenever you need to drop, absolutely no problem. Marcus says I can't hear music. That's very good because I also moved my tripod right before I went live. So we don't have any problems. Well, basically we avoid the problems. Let's see and check here the JetBlue A, the Airbus 321 long range, a new engine option. The top seller from Airbus next to the 350. Absolutely great product. I think my wife just landed. My wife just landed in Seoul, in Korea, South Korea. I dropped her off at the airport yesterday, and she took the 777-300 flight from JFK. It's almost 15 hours, guys. Almost 15 hours. That is crazy. So I'm not sure if she has a chance to watch. She might just go through immigration in Seoul and then connecting to China for business. How cool is that? The next inbound is American Flight 67. That service from Barcelona in Spain on the 777-200. Seven 200 American from Barcelona in Spain. be right back, guys. I just need to change a hat to avoid a sunburn. It's very sunny. Okay, what do we have next? And Justin says hello. Hello, Justin. And hello to Gisela. To Bad Kreuznach. Thank you. Greetings from New York, from JFK Airport. Here on a beautiful spring afternoon. Spontaneous live stream. And we still have runway 13 left in operations. I'm just checking the weather real quick, the wind. And yeah, we're gonna get now southern winds and then southwestern winds. So keep fingers crossed that the runway change is going to come soon. I also can see unhealthy air quality here. Yes, we have a big wildfire going on in New Jersey, down the shore. Right? They don't say by the ocean or at the beach. They say down the shore. There's a big wildfire going on, and it broke out, I think 2 days ago. 2 days ago it broke out, and I don't think it's fully under control, but hopefully the firefighters will get it under control pretty soon. So I can smell anything here, but apparently the particles are in the air. So it's only like 25 miles away from here, 30 miles away from here on a southern direction. And yeah, hopefully they can get the fire out quick. And thank you, Marcus. Yeah, Luis, I'm planning to be here till 6 p.m. Could be a little bit longer depending on the traffic, right? Usually that's a very busy time. Now it's going to be very interesting in all the arrivals and departures. We also will see the first European departures in about an hour. So it's going to be really, really great. So we will be busy. We will be busy. It's not going to stay that quiet, that's for sure. Well, we continue to see 13 left approaches and landings. And our next arrival on 22 left is going to be British Airways Flight 4. Service from London Heathrow on a 777-300 in about 1 minute, 2 minutes. You will have it on your TV, on your tablet, on your phone, wherever you will be, wherever you are watching us. That's a 4-year-old 777-300. Golf Sierra Tango Bravo Oscar is the registration. In just a few minutes. We saw the big boy, the A380 from Etihad departing half an hour ago. Was it half an hour ago? Yeah, I think it was half an hour ago on the way back to Doha. It was pretty amazing. And it is so beautiful here today out here. In a t-shirt, lots of sunscreen on. I was here on Saturday. It was, temperature-wise, it was okay, but the wind, we had northern winds, so the wind is coming over the water here, or was coming over the water. It was bone-chilling cold, and as soon as I walked up to the car, right, it was hot. It was really hot. So today is just amazing. Not much wind, and just blue skies. Absolutely phenomenal. That's the reason why I decided to go live spontaneously. And Marcus with more arrivals, 22 inbounds, British 777-300, yep, in just a few seconds. And then Delta 330-300 from Rome, Norse 787-900 from London, Gatwick, JetBlue 321neo from Amsterdam, also long range, and Etihad with the 787-900 Dreamliner from Abu Dhabi, Aer Lingus 321neo from Shannon. Guys, are you ready? It's gonna be busy. There we go, to find the British thing. Here we go. Beautiful afternoon light, absolutely great. Whilst I can already see the next arrival on Flight Radar, it looks like Delta with a 330-300 from Rome, Fiumicino. Actually, you know what, guys? I have never streamed here no later than 4 o'clock, 4:30. So we're gonna see a lot of interesting airplanes later on towards the 6 o'clock time, maybe 6:30ish. Maybe 7 o'clock. Let's see. But we will see airplanes today that we have not seen, or airlines that we have not seen here from JFK, from the previous streams from last year. So I'm excited. It's gonna be great. A great afternoon of plane spotting. It's gonna be great. Next arrival, Delta flight 231 from Rome, 3:30-300. Marcus, can you hear the music now? It's really blasting in the background. Well, today is actually, Marcus, today is not windy at all. You see it at the water. There are actually almost no waves. It's very shallow water. That's why it is so beautiful today. Not like Saturday. So it might be some little wind gusts on approach, but actually pretty okay today to fly into JFK. And we have another inbound. North from London Gatwick. Triple 787-9 Dreamliner. And welcome to Becky and to Thomas from our partner channel in Germany named Fluggesellschaft. Welcome to a spontaneous stream here from JFK, enjoying the beautiful spring afternoon, late afternoon sun. We're gonna be here till I would say, I'm gonna think between 6 and 7 o'clock tonight. Park is open till 7:30. So it is a stream with airlines you haven't seen so far on this channel, especially for the late afternoon. And now we see a lot of European flights coming to JFK on 22 left. We expect runway change later, so also takeoffs from the 22s, right? 22 right. And we currently have 13 left landings and 13 right departures. So every flight that comes in from the north or comes in from the west is going in on 13 left. And takeoffs are on 13 right currently, but we will get southwesterly winds. That means hopefully there will be a runway change towards the 22s. Completely 22 operation would be absolutely amazing. So it only gets better. It only gets better. All right, next arrival is another 321neo long range from JetBlue, flight 2289, service from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I'm definitely gonna look that flight up in July when I want to fly to Germany. I want to see if this could be an option, because they also have the nice mint business class. Jens want to have comfortable rides. Transatlantic comfortable rides. And I heard only good things from their mint business class. Let's see. Good thing is I don't need check-in luggage, so I can just travel with my trolley with cabin luggage. That make things a lot easier and quicker. So yes, we have currently 3 runways active. 3 runways active. 13 departures, 13 left landings, and 22 left for all the flights that are coming in from Europe and the Middle East. 3 active runways. And we already have the next arrival. That is the next Etihad flight 11 from Abu Dhabi. On the 787-9 Dreamliner. Can you record the Viva Airbus takeoff? Luis, when will Viva depart? Can you look it up? Or can someone look it up for Luis? Would be awesome. Now they stopped playing the music in the background. That is so nice. All right, Marcus says Viva departure in a few minutes. Okay, all right. Then I have to take a look on runway 13 right. They also have a few special colors on their 320 Neos. Hey John, welcome back. I'm doing great. Look at that weather. It's absolutely phenomenal. I'm out in a t-shirt. And on Saturday, it was bone-chilling cold by the water, but as soon as you left the water, it was warm. It was 75 degrees. What was it, like 18 degrees Celsius? But the wind, what was blowing over the water from a northern direction, it was bone-chilling cold on Saturday. And Marcus says he's sitting in the dark and rainy Dortmund in Germany. Oh, is it rainy, guys? Let's have a look so we don't miss Viva. Viva is actually number 2 for departure. Number 1 at the moment is Delta with a 330-900 to Los Angeles. Oh wow, they have their 330-900 service back to Los Angeles. That's nice. I took it, when was it, 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago? I flew the 330-900. Absolutely fantastic airplane to fly with. It was such a comfortable ride, and I'm 6'2", so a meter and 89. I'm pretty tall, so but it was an absolute comfortable and really great flight from JFK to LAX and back. It was really great. Loved it. 330-900, definitely to fly. A very comfortable aircraft. And then right behind you, right behind that one is Viva with a 320. 200 Neo. They are pretty rare. An A320 Neo, right, to Mexico City. So let's keep an eye on the 330-900. I can see it from here, but not ready for takeoff. And we also have another 22 left inbound. This is Aer Lingus Shamrock with a 321 Neo, flight 1 from Shannon. Let's see, we'll park here real quick because we are waiting for Delta 330-900 taking off runway 13 right any minute. Yes, Thomas, it's a hub for Delta. It's one of their East Coast hubs. Atlanta is the biggest, right? But yeah, it's an East Coast hub. JFK. I think I heard that United is interested in taking over JetBlue. Let's see how this one goes. This would give United definitely access to JFK. Definitely access to JFK. And I think this is the only thing that makes sense, right, to get access into JFK. Then they would basically dominate. They would dominate New York, with Newark, which is their home base, right next to Chicago. They're also big in Chicago. They have a hub there as well. A little bit in Los Angeles. but they would dominate New York when they would do that, when they would get this approved, actually. And for JetBlue, they are headquartered here at John F. Kennedy. They are headquartered here. All right, Delta is still sitting on the runway. We see here Aer Lingus 321 Neo coming in from Shannon. Oops, sorry guys, we missed the Delta. 330-900, here we go, service to Los Angeles, California. That was the max what my tripod can handle at the moment. Next for takeoff is Viva. We see quite a lot of departure activity on runway 13 right. And Viva 320-200 is on a takeoff roll. That's Viva to Mexico City. All right, this was Viva. Luis, I hope you liked it. This one will go right over our head. Delta. And John, that was China Southern 777 freighter from Anchorage on 13 left. And also hello to Sarah. Greetings from New York. Next departure will be Republic Delta. Flight 5659 to Columbus in Ohio. And then behind that one we will have a 321-200. Flight 1419 to Fort Lauderdale. And then number 3 we will have another heavy. That's going to be Delta. Flight 202 service to Athens in Greece on a 330-200. But let's get this one. Sorry guys, these are the limitations of my arm, of my tripod arm. I would have to readjust it. And we have Jacob's Aviation member for 1 month. And he said, Gruß aus Deutschland, cooler stream. Thank you, Jacob's Aviation. Thank you for your membership. Yeah, we have beautiful blue skies today. It's absolutely gorgeous. Love it, love it, love it. Next arrival is another 767-300 from Delta, flight 209 from Edinburgh. And we are waiting for the next takeoff on runway 13 right. It's going to be number 1, Delta 330-200. Jacobs Aviation, eben noch Siegerland, jetzt JFK. Right? That's the way we do plane spotting. Awesome. Love it. Love it. All right, Delta 330-200. Taken off. Runway 13 right. That's a flight to Athens in Greece. $330-300. Man, there is something going on here in the background with all the emergency vehicles, and I can smell fire, so there must be something on fire here nearby. Hopefully not my car. I don't think so. So number 3 for departure will be China Airlines Cargo 777-200 freighter, only 2 years old, going to Anchorage in Alaska. So we have right now, let me have a look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 aircraft on the way to runway 13 right. Next departure will be Copa Airlines flight 812, service to Panama City. Yeah, I can smell smoke, so there is definitely something going on here. Hopefully no brush fire here in the park. We have a huge brush fire at the moment going on in southern New Jersey. I used to live there for 2.5 years, and the fire is only 10 minutes away from the house that I had there. So I hope it's not traveling further north, but I heard like it was arson. Arson in German is Brandstiftung, like most of the fires are there. But it's a huge fire with 15,000 acres of land already have burned down, and I don't think that they have it fully under control yet. So a lot of fire departments here from New York, but also from northern New Jersey, are on the way down or are already down in southern New Jersey. They say down the shore, right? It's not by the beach. They say down the shore. So hopefully they have this fire under control soon. right, next is Lufty. $340, $600. No, it's a 300. 4 head wires. Should be super shallow and turning towards us. Lufty 340, 300 on the way back to, is it back to Frankfurt? I think so. Now we have a nice arrival here. That is Delta from Zurich in the 767-300, but we also have China Airlines cargo box taken off on the 777 freighter in just a few seconds on runway 13 right, but it looks like they're gonna wait. John says 7 hours and 25 minutes to Frankfurt. Let's go, or 777 freighter flight to Anchorage in Alaska, China Airlines cargo. Next inbound. Another Delta at 330-900 from Accra in Ghana. And John says 10 hours and 36 minutes flight time from Ghana. And Emirates is, are they getting ready? We had a beautiful Etihad 380 departure like an hour ago here on runway 13, right? Banking slightly towards us. It was absolutely phenomenal. Loved that. Loved the departure. It was really great. Whilst here, what you hear right now is JetBlue 220-300 to Savannah. Another flight to Savannah in Georgia. Next arrival, 22 left, Swiss from Zurich, flight 14, 330-300. And this is an 8 hours 10 minutes flight. Can you hear the fire department vehicles and police in the background? And I can smell smoke here, so it's not too far away from here. Hope everything is okay. Hope no one gets hurt. And hello Renate. And Sarah, is it windy in New York? Sarah, today, thank God, it is not. What the hell is that? Might be hopefully just an exercise from the fire department. Hopefully just an exercise. So Sarah, no, actually today it's not. It's a nice little brief, absolutely fantastic, but nothing as crazy as it was on Saturday when it was bone chilling cold because the wind was coming across the water, right? I was actually freezing on Saturday, literally freezing on Saturday, and it was not that cold temperature-wise, but the wind over the water made it really, really uncomfortable. So today is absolutely gorgeous, and that's the reason why I decided to pull off a very spontaneous live stream whilst we see another 330-900 taking off Delta flight 234 to Tel Aviv. Let's go over. Delta 330-900 to Tel Aviv, and we have another big boy taking off, Kalita 747-400 flight to Cincinnati, Ohio with a 747-400 freighter. Here we go. Sorry guys, my equipment is in the way. Ja, die Hoffmann-Kurve. Let me position part of my equipment a little bit further down, so I have a little bit more room to pan and to tilt. Sorry for that, guys. Let's go over next arrival. Well, we have a completely full lineup. That is American Flight 105, service from London Heathrow on a 777-300. And if you're new to the stream, if you're new to the channel, please feel free to leave a like and a subscribe. It would help us tremendously to grow. We are still small, we're little. I just do this for passion. So when the weather is nice, you know, I took basically half a year of a break because it was simply too cold up here in New York. It was too cold, too windy, too everything. I flew down, I think in December, like a weekend to Miami, and in January a weekend to Miami. But that was basically it, literally, just, you know, just to keep the hobby going, to keep the channel going. But I literally took a break from, I would say, from end of October until last Saturday, right? So pretty much hibernating due to the temperatures. And it was really, really cold here since like beginning of December. It was consistently absolutely freezing cold. So I'm so glad that now it's gonna get a little bit warmer. Engine's a little bit rusty. We're gonna get there, no worries. We're gonna get there. And Marcus, with the next arrivals, more 2-2 landings. 20 minutes, Delta 767-400 from Paris. Virgin 330-300 from Manchester. Scandinavian 330-300 from Copenhagen, Delta 767-400 from Nice, and Delta 330-300 from Barcelona. Lingus A330-300 from Manchester. Awesome. Let's see, we have a full lineup. Next takeoff is... It's a JetBlue. No, it's not a JetBlue. It's a CRJ 900 flying to Chicago, Delta. But I also can see something on arrival. That is a 767-400 coming in from Paris, flight 265. And that's Delta. Now the wind is picking up here. see, there's a lot going on in takeoff. There's a lot going on. We also have ITA, beautiful. I know a guy that loves ITA. There is ITA also on the way to runway 13 right, and ITA is currently number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. ITA is number 7, and then we have behind ITA we have as number 8 Aeromexico, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, 2 years old. So there's a lot of action coming up on runway 13 right, and I'm pretty sure also some nice banking shots towards us. And then we check the inbound. What's going on there? Next inbound will be Virgin Atlantic on the 330-300 from Manchester in about 2-3 minutes. And the Ringelsocke behind ITA. That is great. Well, I can't see Ringelsocke behind ITA. Here on my flight radar, I see Aeromexico behind ITA. So they might just not show up on my flight radar, but that doesn't mean anything. So when you see it, great. Keep fingers crossed. Right. And Marco with a €5 super chat. I got to your message right away, Marco, saying Danke at Sarah and Manuel für die Empfehlung. Richtig toll hier. I love the stream. Marco, thank you. Thanks a lot. Much appreciated. Welcome to Planes and Friends. If you're new here, please feel free to leave a like and a subscribe. It would be amazing. Here we go. Next flyer for the fire department. I hope it's just an exercise. That's Virgin Atlantic with a 330-300 coming in from Manchester. Alaska. Back-to-back takeoffs, absolutely crazy now. Also see a 22 left arrival. I don't even have time to watch my flight radar. This one should come over to us. Right. Next arrival before we go over to ITA. That is Delta flight 29 from Nice on a 767 400, and I check ITA. No worry guys, that's Jan's favorite airline. The wind is picking up now a little bit, but it's actually not too bad. And Manuel says the inbound 767 is 24 years old. And ITA takeoff. Let's go and catch ITA. Have a safe flight, ITA. Back to Rome. The 1-3 left arrival. All right. Condor 33900 back to Frankfurt. Have a safe flight back to Germany. And Aeromexico 787 9 Dreamliner. All right, next inbound we have Aer Lingus from Manchester, A330, Airbus 330-300. 6 hour and 42 minutes flight. Well, we have the next 1-3 left departure, but that's a 321neo. So we're gonna stay with the Aer Lingus 330-300 from Manchester, and it looks, where's this one going? Weird. All right, and it looks like we have both 22s now in operation for landings. So it could happen that we gonna see a full 22 operation in just a few minutes with also departures, because the wind is gonna change over to southwest, and this would favor definitely 22 also for departures. We're getting also high tide now here. Water is coming up. Next wide body lining up on runway 13 right. That's going to be Delta flight 128 on 767-400. And that flight is going to go to Barcelona and Spain. And we have the next 22 inbound. Now it gets really, really busy here. Wow. We have the first outbound rush. Most of the flights are going to Europe, and most of the flights currently coming in on 22, left and right, are coming from Europe. So pretty busy here at the moment. That's great. So that inbound is another Delta flight 289er, a 767-400 coming in from Venice in Italy. Alright, takeoff action, roaring. Alright guys, sorry. And next outbound we have Swiss 330-300 flight 17 back to Zurich in Switzerland. Coming up in just a few minutes. And Marcus, the rush to Europe is busy. You're right. Swiss 330-200 to Zurich. We just saw that one. Next departure, more on radar. Delta 767-300 to Copenhagen. And then Air France 777-300 to Paris. Brussels 330-300 to Brussels. Iberia 330-200 to Madrid. And more to come. All right. All right, next arrival will be Delta, another Delta, flight 235 from Tel Aviv with an Airbus 330-900. Now we are really busy here. Now we are action panning between the two arrivals and the 1-3 right departures. That's gonna be an interesting one. And I also see their next arrival coming in. Oh, JetBlue from Boston on 2-2. So that looks like they cancelled 1-3 left arrivals, and now everything is coming in on on the 22s. That is great. We just would need the 22 right departures. That would be absolutely fantastic. You can see like a few of these 22 departures on my YouTube channel. There are a lot of videos from JFK, what I filmed last year actually, and there are quite a few videos that show 22 right departures and arrivals. Alright, next arrival is another heavy. That's another Delta flight 185 from Milan with an Airbus 330-200. And John says top number one route from JFK is LAX with 202 flights. That's actually weekly flights every week, so that's around 800 flights per month. That's cool, right? Followed by London Heathrow with 151 flights a week. That's absolutely crazy. So now we might understand a little bit better, right, why global airlines, here we go, global airlines, why they want to fly from London to JFK or to New York. So let's see if it's possible for me to come out here in May and cover the 380, but it's going to be during the week. Departure might be on a weekend back to Glasgow. So I do my very best to get this one covered. Let's see. So talking about London Heathrow, we have British Airways flight 15 coming in from London Heathrow, and it's a 777-300. Guys, what do you think about global airlines? Is it a great product? Is it a great idea? Or could it be the most expensive misunderstanding in aviation history? What do you think? What do you think about global airlines? We still have 13 left arrivals. Just seeing a plane coming in at 13 left. The wind is picking up a little bit too. So we're gonna change back to my cap, put on my hat. And Sarah, global A380 fan. Okay. Nice. The plane, she says. That's a nice plane. It definitely is. I have to admit, I love the colors too. I just wish that they go to the original, or what they have planned, how they're gonna paint the plane. So what we see right now, I think, is just not the real colors compared to what they did introduce some years ago. So I really hope that we're gonna see that 380 repainted soon in their real colors. And Sarah is super convinced that global is gonna take off. I think so too, Sarah. I agree. I think they're gonna take off. I just hope that once they take off, right, that plane is about $35,000 per hour to operate. $35,000 to operate. So on an 8 hours flight from Glasgow to JFK, right? It's it's $250,000. It's $250,000 one way. So that's $500,000 on a round trip. So I truly wish them all the best, literally all the best, and hopefully they're gonna make it. It would definitely very unique. It would be very unique when they could make it. But sometimes, guys, sometimes you need to be crazy to make an impact. Sometimes you need to be crazy to make an impact. All right, we have a highlight coming in. Air Serbia with the Expo Belgrade 2027 livery. That's flight ASL 500 coming in from Belgrade. Very nice. Air Serbia with the Expo Belgrade 2027 livery. And that's a 9 hours and 6 minutes flight, an Airbus 330-200. While we hear in the background another Delta 767-300 roaring out of runway 13 right. But we want to stay here on this beautiful livery from Air Serbia, especially when they vacate the runway. It's going to be beautiful, beautiful sunlight on this livery. And Nabend Udo. Air Serbia. Triple? No, not triple. A330 200. Jens is loopy. Jens is loopy. Nice. All right, let's go over to take off. This is Alaska Airlines 737. Was it a Max 8? Let me guess. Seattle, Washington? There we go. All right. We still have the fire department, ambulance cars, police. Must be a big fire right behind me. They're gonna find out soon. Alright, that was Aer Lingus. And we have more 1-3 action coming up. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. What do we have on arrival? We have currently Turkish Flight 1 coming in from Istanbul on a 777-300. We'll be here in 2 or 3 minutes. And then we have, oh my god, we have a whole lineup on runway 13 right with Air France 777-300 flying back to Paris. And we have American Flight 236 flying to Rome. And then we have Iberia Airbus 330-200, 9 years old. This should be one of the youngest and last built Airbus 330-200s out there. That's flight 212 going back to Madrid. And then behind that one we have Air Europa, a 787-900 flying back to Milan. So lots of really, really good departures coming up on runway 13 right. Next departure is JetBlue to San Juan, flight 1903 on an A321 Neo. Let's go and get this one. Here he comes. And next inboard, this is Turkish Flight 1, Turkish Airlines Flight 1, 777-300 coming in from Istanbul. For all of our viewers, if you're new here and you like what you see, please feel free to give us a like and a subscribe. We have to boost and bring back the algorithm a little bit. I took a long break, almost half a year, just a little bit of Miami in between. But it was simply too cold, too windy, at least from me up here in New York. So I'm not the guy that likes to stand out in the cold, snowy, icy weather. So if you would be so kind and help us a little bit in boosting the algorithm, that would be absolutely great and much appreciated. Thank you. And we have live moments gifting 1 Planes and Friends membership. Thank you so much. And you gifted the membership to yourself. Oh my god, oh god, YouTube at its best, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. There's nothing what I can do here. Treffer, yes. So you All right, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. But thank you very much for gifting that membership. Much appreciated. Look at this beautiful evening sun. It's absolutely stunning. And Michael, next membership. Thank you so much. And who got it? Lisa, congratulations to your membership. And thank you, Marco, for gifting 1 membership. American 777 takeoff. Back-to-back takeoffs. Lots of action here. And the next one, Air France 777-300 back to Paris, Charles de Gaulle. All right, that was Air France 777-300 back to Paris, and we have a membership train going on. Thank you, Life Moments. Thank you for your membership, and the membership won Liuv Dehan. Congratulations. Thank you, Udo. All right, we have, oh my God, we have around 10 airplanes on the lineup for runway 13. Right. Next departure is going to be Delta Flight 1387, flight to New Orleans on the 737-800. Oh, it gets a little bit chilly now. The wind is picking up. It gets a little bit chilly. But we have a lot of good airplanes waiting here to depart from runway 13 right, and it looks like they closed down 22. And another arrival on runway 22 left, and this is JetBlue 320 from Punta Cana. And next takeoff, let's go over. And back-to-back takeoffs now on 1-3 right. The next one. I don't even have time to check my flight radar, but that's definitely Iberia. 330-200 going back to Madrid. All right, next departure. We waste no time. Rush hour, Air Europa, back to Milan. And another membership. Thank you so much, Udo. Live moments. Much appreciated. And next takeoff, here we go. They shoot him out like a rocket. lens is getting less rusty. That's good. And let's see, we have an inbound. Let's have a look. 747. Is it Silkway? I only can see it on a little monitor. I'm not sure. Silkway 747-8. Yeah. Beautiful. 1-3 left. Gilligan, next membership. Thank you so much. And Sven, you got the membership. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy the stream. More to come. Next stream will be on Saturday if it's not raining. Right, but next stream we plan for Saturday. Might be an afternoon stream again. I think that's pretty good. There's a lot of traffic. Maybe starting at 12 p.m. That's 18 Uhr European time. And going into like 7 o'clock. What about that? Like the idea? Let me know. Renate, one membership. Awesome. Triliri, she won, or you won the membership. Congratulations, Renate. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. And we have another 1-3 left arrival, parallel to the skyline of New York. Unique views today. Very unique views. And next departure, back-to-back departures, action. All right. Sorry guys, there's something creeping around in the grass behind me. I hope it's it's nothing that can bite me. Alright, and Next departure, here we go. It's heavy time, Delta 767-300. And we have a go around on runway 13 left. That looks like, what is it, Delta 330-900. It was a go around. And next takeoff. That's crazy. I like that. Here we go. And more memberships coming in. Thank you so much, guys. You are the best. You are the best. Delta, another 330-900. We just saw a go around, and now this one taking off, coming over to us. Beautiful. Next departure. It's crazy. I think it's a really good time. Like, once you have 1-3, come in here a little bit later in the day and enjoy the afternoon and evening rush. And next takeoff. Guys, I lost the overview about what's taking off here. Need to help me a little bit. It's super busy. It is super busy. Next one, what is it? Delta 767-300. Here we go, I'm playing music. All right, that was Delta 767-300, and we have 2-2 landing. Ooh. Looks like a Dreamliner. What is it? Iberia? Oh, it is Air Europa. 787-8, the baby liner. coming in from Madrid. It is crazy active. It is crazy. I think that's the craziest I've ever seen JFK. So thinking about it might make sense to start a little bit later instead of like 10 a.m. What about in summertime, because the park is open longer now? The park is open till 7:30 p.m. right? What about starting the show at like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and go towards 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock? I mean, that rush is absolutely fantastic. And from that position, we will have that rush. It doesn't matter where they will take off. We always will have that rush. We can cover it. Oh, people are going crazy over there. You guys hear the music? They enjoy life. They enjoy life. Blasting the music. Well, I mean, it's really beautiful out here today, so that's great. That's great. And John says 296 seats on the baby liner. Oh my God. Squeezing it in. Next takeoff. 1-3 right. Let's get it. The hell? Here we go. All right, we have another arrival. Let's see. This is Delta flight 958 coming in from Los Angeles, 767-300. But we also have a takeoff. Let's catch this one real quick. Scandi 321 Neo. Right after this one, I need to put my hoodie on real quick because it's getting chilly. It's getting chilly. Be right back. All right, Jens is back. 1 second. We get a few clouds now, but it doesn't matter. Delta flight 958 coming in from Los Angeles, California, and this is a 5 hours and 8 minutes flight. West Coast, East Coast, the busiest route here in New York, JFK. I hope I don't get a copyright strike. They're blasting their music. They are having fun. I need to talk over it a little bit. Oh, it was a go around. I see. Okay. Thank you, Manuel. No, but I stand by the water. Well, actually, the water is like, I would say, 50 centimeters away from me to the front and to the left. I'm on a platform. I'm elevated, thank God, so I don't get wet feet. But we're gonna get high tide now. That means me leaving here later. It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge. But we're gonna get it managed. No worries, no worries. All right, let me see. Inbound. So far, just the 175, but we have a few more outbounds. Next departure is American flight 1186. That's the 737 MAX 8 flying to Phoenix. We have Lufty coming up, 35900 to Munich. Alpha India X-Ray Delta. That's going to be number 5 for takeoff. So we see a few more takeoffs. That's great. Let's go for American flight to Phoenix. Oh, here we go. Come on, camera. Thank you. Next departure. Embraer 175, American Eagle. And next takeoff. I love it. Here we go. Oh yeah, baby, come over. Come over. And next takeoff. Next takeoff. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. And next takeoff. Lofty 350-900 back to Munich. Have a safe flight. All right, that was quite some action. There's more. Guys, there's more. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 planes. 12 planes coming up on runway 13 right. It's not gonna stop anytime soon. That is crazy. That is crazy. Next departure is JetBlue in the new mint livery. Nice, beautiful. 321-200 to Fort Lauderdale. All right, the guy's blasting the music. I have to talk over as good as I can. Awesome. And the next one. Alaska. like that livery too. It's a beautiful livery. They don't slow down, guys. They don't slow down. Lineup looks absolutely crazy on 1-3 right. Absolutely crazy. And next takeoff. KLM 78710 Dreamliner back to Amsterdam. Perfect. KLM. You see that lineup? Isn't that crazy? That is definitely crazy. All right. Next departure is going to be JetBlue. Flight 1602 to Buffalo in upstate New York, and that's an Airbus 220-300. What a lineup. All right, next takeoff. I get tired. I get tired. Here we go. Yeah, so the takeoff is a little bit high, so we're gonna wait for the next one. Next one is is already rolling. Next one is gonna be American Flight 2272, service to Austin in Texas, 737 MAX 8. And next, next please. That's a JetBlue. Next takeoff, Air France Flight 3 back to Paris on a 777-300. Here we go, the big boy. That's the 200 actually. That's the 777-200 from Air France. I wasn't even aware that they are still in service. I thought they have phased them out a long time ago. Here we go. Next departure is going to be American Flight 15 to San Francisco on the 321-200 CEO Classic engine options. I'm not sure if they play the same song over and over. It sounds to me. They are blasting, fishing and blasting the music. I don't know if the fish bite. All right, that was American. Next takeoff is WestJet Canada to Calgary. Here we go, 737. What is it? 800. Next departure. 330-900 from Delta. And next one is gonna be ITA flight 603, 330-200 back to Rome. Jens' favorite. Who would have thought? All right, now guys, I have finally time to to read the chat a little bit. It's crazy busy. Kuwait triple. All right. Bring it. Oh my god. That music is so loud. Nothing I can do, guys. Nothing I can do. Can you hear the music in the background? It's really, they're blasting at full power. It's always good when the engines are roaring over. Alright, that was ITA, my favorite. Next takeoff is American Eagle. That's too small. Too quick, too high. Too quick, too high. I'm gonna give you a nice skyline view. What about that one? Looks good. Good deal. All right, next one is a big one. 777, 200. American flight 44 to Paris. Lots of traffic to Paris. And American is rolling. Good old 777-200. Marco, thank you very much. New membership gift for Mr. Bandito 66. Julian, congratulations. Next takeoff will be another American flight 302 to Los Angeles and a 321-200 classic engine options. Marco, awesome support for the channel. Thank you so much. Next takeoff, here we go. On the JetBlue 321. Next takeoff. It's crazy. It's crazy. 767-300. JFK widebody heaven. Next takeoff will be another JetBlue, flight 759 to Kingston in Jamaica. And there he comes. There she comes. Yeah, they play the same song over and over. They must love this song. I'm not sure if they only have that one song. right, that was JetBlue to Kingston. Next departure, widebody, El Al flight 2 to Tel Aviv. There she comes. Beautiful El Al, I love that livery. Always spotless clean. Alright, have a safe flight, El Al. Back to Tel Aviv. We have some ship action. Next takeoff, Kuwaiti. Flight 118 to Kuwait City. Triple 7-300. Alright, it was Kuwait 777-300 back to Kuwait City. And we have that guy here covering a 1-3 left approach. Welcome to New York. Alright, there's one here. The action here is absolutely crazy around that time. We have to start later for the next streams. This is absolutely phenomenal. Now when the park is open a little bit longer, that's absolutely great. That's what we're gonna do. Next takeoff is Delta 496 220-100. Flight to Dallas, Fort Worth in Texas. Next takeoff is JetBlue Flight 1793 to San Jose, California. And 747. Looks like Atlas from the distance. Guys, I have no time to check flight radar or anything else. I'm really just... Look at that. All right, let's continue. That was cool. That was a cool one. That was a cool one. All right, next outbound is going to be a Delta 321 to Fort Lauderdale in Florida, and then we have another 767-300 Delta Flight 204 to Stockholm. But it was the Atlas Queen. Okay, yeah, I have no time literally to check this. Now it's hopefully it's gonna die down a little bit. We have showing up Khalida, JFK to Anchorage, 747-400. Looks like that beast is getting ready. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Khalida 747-400. That would be cool. All right, we don't waste any time. Delta 321. Next departure, Delta 767-300 to Stockholm. Singapore 350-900, longest flight in the world with over 17 hours. That is crazy. And we have 2-2 arrival. Well, you have been missed. A 2-2 arrival. Who is coming in here? Air France, another one. 777-300. Pretty active today. Let me see what the Kalida 747-400 is doing. Not sure if this thing is moving. You guys talking about Kennedy, Steve? Oh, this guy was absolutely great. You guys remember the conversation with Lufthansa 340 where they exited the plane on the taxiway to check for an open door? I think it was Kennedy, Steve. Japan Airlines A350. Japan Airlines is going Airbus 350. I think they have all their 777s up for sale. All right. Next departure, already rolling, is going to be JetBlue Flight 283 to Orlando in Florida. And we're going to see for number 4 for takeoff, Brussels 330-300. In just a few minutes, coming up here. We are Planeside friends. That's how we do plane spotting. Alright, next approach. Aer Lingus, another one, 330-300, flight 107 from Dublin in beautiful Ireland. At the moment, again, 3 active runways, 2 to left, 1 3 right for takeoffs, and 1 3 left for landings. 3 active runways. Alright, next takeoff. Another JetBlue flight 1009 to Santo Domingo. Next takeoff, Brussels, 330-300 to Brussels. And we have another inbound on 22 left. London Heathrow. Let's go over here. Delta 330-900 from London Heathrow. Late arrival. Delta Flight 4. And next outbound on 13 right is going to be a heavy. American Airlines Flight 100 to London Heathrow. Here we go. To London Heathrow on a 777-300 ER. But that's not the one taking off right now. It's the next one. All right, guys, this 777 will be our last plane for today. All right. Let me see. Someone just said Iceland Air. Let me see. Iceland Air is. You know what? Let's take KLM. 787-10 is coming in from Amsterdam. Let's take that one as our last plane for the day. I think that will be a great end. A nice colorful aircraft. In front of KLM we currently have NetJets. That's a Cessna Citation Latitude, 2 years old. It's coming in from Bromont, wherever this is. An hour flight, so not far away. So let's go. And I can already see her. So she will be here any minute. This airport never sleeps. I mean, it gets a little bit more quiet between midnight and I would say 7 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning. This is a little bit the quiet hours. But we're gonna do on Saturday. We're gonna start the show a little bit later at around 12 p.m., 1 p.m. East Coast time. That will be 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, European time. And then we're gonna go into the afternoon, it's a lot of action, it's a lot of traffic. You will not get bored to watch airplanes. Saturday, if it's not raining, right? It just needs to stay dry. We're gonna have the next stream on Saturday. I would say 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon here, New York, East Coast time. Look how beautiful the streamliner is passing by our camera. Absolutely beautiful. 787-10. Also an amazing livery. Amazing livery. Great job, KLM. Fantastic. You know what? You know what? Iceland Air 767-300. Let's get that one. Come on. Let's get that one. We don't see this too often here. Let's get that one. $767-300 Iceland Air from Keflavik. Let's get this one. Such a beautiful evening sun at the moment. For Khalida, it's a little bit too late. It's going to be another 15 minutes for Khalida. That's not going to work out. Saturday we will see more. Promised. I promise. Saturday we will see more. I also don't want to be too late in this park. And I also need time to pack up my equipment. Iceland Air, look at that one. Beautiful. All right, Marco, wanna have Khalida? You wanna have Khalida? Oh my God, I gotta get in trouble. All right, let's wait for Khalida. But then that's gonna be our final plane. Latam 787. All right. All right, Marco. Khalida it is. Khalida will be the last plane. All right, Khalida will be number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for takeoff, flying to Anchorage. All right. Next departure will be Delta Flight 1283. Airbus 320-200 to Austin in Texas. one, guys. When Khalida, if Khalida is going to be the last one, how cool looks that? How cool looks that? Welcome to New York. Welcome to JFK. Alright, Khalida will be number 3 for takeoff. Next one is going to be another JetBlue flight 1737 to Santiago de los Caballeros in a 321 Neo, 5 years old. Coming up in just a few minutes. First, let's find the plane. Here it is. Guys, I hope we still have enough light. I hope it looks okay on your screen, TV, tablet, wherever you watch us. Look at that bank. That's almost like the old Hong Kong Kai Tak Airport. That's a great stream. I love it. Looks like FedEx, huh? All right, next inbound. Welcome to JFK. We don't waste a minute. We don't waste a minute. This looks like a 777. Let me see what it is. Of course, it's British. British Airways from London Heathrow, 777-300. Showing on flight radar without the customer code of Boeing. Should be 336. Is 36 the customer code of Boeing for British Airways? Put it in the chat in the comment below. I think so. Yeah, John, the signal is really good. I cannot complain. All right. I keep an eye on Khalida, but we first have a CRJ 900 that needs to take off. And then Khalida is number 2 for takeoff for runway 13 right. 13 right. Khalida 747-400, fly to Anchorage, number 2 for takeoff. But after the Khalida, I need to pack really quick. And then we're gonna see each other again on Saturday. Right? For you guys in Europe, it's gonna be an evening and a night stream for you guys in Europe, and we're gonna have a day full of action in the afternoon from JFK. All right, Khalida is lining up, runway 13 right, next for takeoff. Let's go over Khalida. Look at that picture. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. Khalida 747-400. And we have another 4-engine on approach. Oh my God, I never get off this spot here. What is it? Can somebody have a quick look. What is an approach? On 22 left, 4 engines. Oh, this thing is empty. Oh. She goes to Anchorage. All right, very last plane. This one looks like a 380, guys. What about that? What about that? Let's end the show with a 380. Come on. We cannot end the show not with a 380. That is, of course, Emirates Flight 4. Papa Victor from Milan in Italy, 380-800. That's going to be the last plane of this show. That's the best way to end the show. 747 and then the King A380. Marco, I hope you liked it. Just for you, buddy. Just for you, buddy. Oh, look at that, coming all the way down to us. That is fantastic. All right, guys, and with this wonderful last airplane, you cannot top this one. I'm gonna say thank you for all of you for tuning in. It was a pleasure to have you all as my guests here on the stream. We're gonna continue it on Saturday. We're gonna do the same on Saturday, right? We're gonna start a little bit later, starting a little bit later. I would say between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. While we hear British Airways 777-300 roaring out here, runway 13 right. But we're gonna we're gonna say goodbye now, and we're gonna continue on Saturday. I hope it's not gonna rain. So the only reason why I will cancel the show on Saturday is because of the weather, right? So keep fingers crossed for a dry Saturday. and we will see each other on, I would say, between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock your time in Europe in the evening, and around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock East Coast time here in New York. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for the memberships. It was a great day. 4 hours, a little bit over 4 hours for plane spotting. And see you all on Saturday. Thanks a lot.